especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony Adamandi. I'm attorney at Recovery Addict. He is in Del Rio in felony court this morning, and I just want to let the court know that that's where he's at.
All right. Is he in Del Rio in felony court for jury trial?
No, not for jury trial, but he's there for defense.
All right. Tell him his client is here on trial.
He doesn't know that. He just wanted to let the court know that there's a possibility he might not make it back till late this afternoon.
Okay. Tell him he needs to make it back because this is a jury case. All right. And tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. A fun little moment from Judge Stephanie Boyd's court, where she, in fact, told the lawyer to get your butt in here because I'm taking your client forward in this proceeding, and he's dressed in a zombie apocalypse t-shirt. Great. All right. Seats. I just fixed the seats. I've been working all morning. Sorry, I'm a tiny bit late, but I will tell you, big mad props to my wife. I got up this morning, came downstairs in the kitchen, and my youngest son was loading the dishwasher. Well, like, I don't know what. It might have been dancing, might have been like jazzercising. He had like a song going in his head that he could hear, and he was moving to the rhythm as he was loading the dishwasher. Big old smile on his face. That's winning. That's like, she's amazing. I know I didn't teach him that, not by example anyway. But thank you. Great kids. All right. Seats are working. I turned them on. You can all sit down. I know. I'm so sorry. You've been standing forever. My bad on that one. Where's my remote? I had an issue with, I turned on everything this morning and it just squealed. And I'm like, what? That's not right. And then I tried to play like a video on YouTube and there was no sound. So I'm busy unplugging everything and I realized it was something else entirely. But I fixed it and it's working now, so I'm not going to touch anything. And we'll be able to get started today. Debbie says, rumor has it that Jen's testifying today. Possibly. We start with Ian Whiffen. He's on cross. So we're going to start with Spice. And then if we go straight to Jen McCabe, that's going to be a stellar day. I think my youngest son is now playing the guitar. He taught himself, by the way. He just saw people playing the guitar and said, I can do that. All right. Let's see. We need to say good morning to Heather Lay. Good morning, Heather. You're first in chat today. Congratulations. I know you thought you were just going to welcome everyone and kick the day off right, but unfortunately for you, being first in chat has a penalty, not a reward, and that is we sentence you to internet ownership. And so, yeah. Sorry. That's it. Everything IP related worldwide is your problem now, at least until we go live again. So congratulations. You're going to do great. Don't worry about it. And you get to add this to your resume. You can download a little form off our shopping page on YouTube for the low fine of 50 cents. And you can use that as a cover sheet or frame it, hang it on your wall. So makes a good cover sheet for the CV, though. All right. Welcome. Let's see. We have not done birthdays yet. So if you have a birthday, I know we have at least one that was been added to the list. That would be a birthday gift to see Jen testify. I hope she does better this time. I really do. That's my hope for her. First of all, it's not fun to testify ever in court. The one time I did it, I was not excited about it. How do you do with running electricity to the bathroom? We're closer. I'm now. Well, no, we're no closer. We've made no progress on that front. No, actually, we do. We've got my friend brought over the tools to do it. But I'm scared to death of electricity. When are you ever prepared for any live with your lives? Jenna? Never, never. I'm always a day late and a dollar short when it comes to that. But the best advice I ever got about YouTube was start before you're ready. So here I am. Good morning. Welcome. She can't do worse. It was pretty bad last time. It was pretty bad. Depending on your viewpoint. I think she did some things that might have made herself look a little bit not as good last time. I think she needs to avoid that this time. I mean, she became a meme a little bit when she was Jan, that part. She can probably not reenact it quite so strongly, and do herself a favor there. But I'm interested to hear her testimony, especially in light of everything else we know. We're probably going to get her health data stuff for her watch in at some point. Not sure when. Is that only going to come in rebuttal? Might only come in rebuttal. I don't know. But so let's see. Let's see if we have any birthdays here this morning. Do we have any mods present? Josh is here. I work in the courts. It's crazy to see what people wear to court, says Upfront Terror. I can imagine. Kinsey is 10. We know Kinsey is 10. We're going to sing to her today. Is there anyone else that needs to be sung to? Oh, there it is. All right. Here's the list. Now, everyone pay attention. We have Jackie, John M., Lisa Maple, Renia 29, and Kinsley. Is there anyone else who has to be... Renia, we've got you there. Is there anyone else who needs to be on the list? It's one of those speak now or forever hold your peace moments. Because once court starts, which is, soon, Samantha's here. Welcome. I don't see anyone else. Going once, going twice. Everyone stand up with me, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're good. We're ready. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jackie, John, and Lisa Maple, Renia 29, and Kinsley. Happy birthday to you. Kinsley is 10 today. Kinsley. First of all, Jackie, John M., Lisa Maple, Renia 29, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Let me spend a minute on Kinsley, who is 10. You only turned 10 once, and today is her day. I'm not sure if everyone else in the list who's being sung today remembers their 10th birthday, what they did. It's huge. Kinsley, I am so excited. Your mom let you listen to this on your birthday. I hope you have an amazing birthday. First of all, I hope you get to do something special. You get recognized at school if you're going to school. Or if your parents keep you home from school and take you to Disneyland. I hope that happens too. That's probably not going to happen though. I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. You're going to do great. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. Free pancakes all around. Kinsley, even if you're 10, even if you walk in and say, I'm 10 today, it's my birthday, can I have some pancakes? They're going to say yes. Even if they never make pancakes, they'll go to the store, they'll get the mix, they'll be like, we'll make pancakes just for this girl, she's so cute. We're going to do it. But thank you. I realize all of you, there are a million places you could be, a million places you could have celebrated with, people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. But luckily, those free pancakes can make your day a little bit more specialer. Happy, happy birthday. The dancing line is for you. Remember Tammy Dunlap saying French toast, not pancakes. You can't go wrong at Tammy's house. She could serve you beans on toast and you'd be like, this is the best I've ever had. She's got one of those magic kitchens that just makes good food. Drum solo coming up. Everyone grab your air drum stick, sit down, your air drum set. We're going to finish this off in style with a big drum solo. Largest air drum solo in the world. Everybody ready? Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday to all of you, especially Kinsley. Sorry, you're 10 years old. That's huge. I've got a boy who's going to turn 10 very soon. He's 9 right now. So next time he has a birthday, he'll turn 10. All right. It's a fun age. He's the one that was loading the dishwasher. Kinsley, I'm just saying. I know it's your birthday, but you want to make your parents really happy. Just load the dishwasher sometime. Just on your own. Wake up, get dressed, go load the dishwasher. Boom. Job's done. Yeah, it's wonderful. That's an insight. That's a parent secret. If you want to get something you really want, you do something like that. All right. Welcome all. We are about to go back to court where Ian Whiffen is going to be on the stand still under cross-examination. What happened yesterday? Ian Whiffen testified and brought in a whole bunch of data, a whole bunch of Celebrite data. I have to say he did much better on the stand this time explaining it than last time. The only part that I think he really lost everyone was when he was talking about frames and deleted, which is a problem because that's one of the big things the defense is saying is that something was deleted. Why was that one deleted? They didn't do a very good job explaining that because it was so technical, and honestly, because the state doesn't know why it was deleted. They can't. They say she didn't delete it manually, but we don't know why it was deleted and why other things were not. It's like phone magic is what happened here. And that's not a strong argument to make in front of the jury. But some of the other stuff was stronger, especially the how long to die in the cold, how long to die in the cold explanation was better this time. It's the same content, but it was done better. It was easier to follow. Maybe it was because there weren't as many what if any's in the middle of it. But either way, it was done better. We had yesterday afternoon the Crash Daddies. They came in style and testified, and Mr. Brennan probably had to take some blood pressure medication at the end of the day. If you are pro-Commonwealth in this case, you thought Mr. Brennan did a stellar job, and the Crash Daddies probably will never work in their field again. If you are on the Free Karen Reed side, you probably thought that Mr. Brennan should rethink his career choices, and the Crash Daddies are going to be hired by anyone who ever wants any work done ever for infinity. It was very polarizing, what I've read online, that about how that hearing went. I will tell you that the Mr. Brennan clearly felt he had a mandate from the judge to push hard, and he pushed as far as the judge would let him. I think even she at some point got tired of him pushing. He was extremely aggressive, so much so that first of all, I loved it because I think an expert should be handled like that. Even a favorite one like we have with the Crash Daddies. I think they should be challenged and strongly, and I hate these experts that come in and like, oh, yeah, here's my opinion. No, I didn't file a report. No one asked me to. I don't like that. This one doesn't have that, and it was challenged, and it was it was very assertive. It was great, and it was also a huge shot over the bow for the defense team. Just saying, if for some odd reason you thought it might be a good idea to put Miss Reed on the stand and testify to clear up all these little sound bites we're interjecting between witnesses that the jury gets to watch that are out of context. If you thought for some reason it would be a good idea so you could clear that up, just know this is what she has to face. It's Mr. Brennan, and he will bring the fire. I don't think they'll sit her on the stand. I don't think they will. Let's see. We hope the judge will rule on ARCA this morning. We hope. There was what I would say no bombshell. The biggest thing that came out was they used Signal to communicate a few times, and it didn't work very well. And those things are encrypted and gone. It looks shady. But if we're supposed to insinuate, or we're supposed to conclude that because they use Signal, something bad was happening, you have to say in the same breath, then we must conclude also that because Mr. Proctor was back by the taillight, he was breaking it. It's the same level of assumption. It's the same jump to conclusion. I don't think we can do either right now at this point in the trial because there's no evidence yet that happened. Let's see. Ivan says, shout out to the Weather Watch, tipping me off about the wild storms here last night. As all is well, back to 34 degrees now. Winter has returned. The expert was Teflon. He was very calm, cool, and collected throughout his testimony. Let's see. Was his phone inside for a while, then back outside as he froze? The problem with this, oh my goodness. I would say the phone, I told you this trial was going to be different than the other one. And they had more data this time around. They spent more time. They did a better job on the extraction. They looked other places, and you can do this when you're dealing with big data, which is what they have with the phone extraction. It's all sorts of little bits of information that might not seem relevant. It's like the temperature of the battery on its own is not relevant, but if you take that and you put it together with the health data, talking about steps and when they occurred, and you put that together with the GPS data, saying where the phone is located, and you start piecing this together with the timeline of the phone calls and the text messages, suddenly we have a much clearer image. And the state did a very good job really showing that there was no point, according to the reliable data off the phone, that the phone was inside, that it ever started warming up inside. It was once he stepped out of the car, it stayed outside under his body, not moving for the entire time. And that's going to be a problem for the state, not for the state, for the defense, which is why I think they focus so much on their opening that there is no evidence of a collision. No collision, no collision, no collision, right? That's how they did this. It's going to be a little different defense than what we had before. I got to Olga. Hi, sorry. I'm watching live with EDB, but I got caught up with you during the weekend. Let's see what today brings after yesterday's spice. Probably more spice. This is going to be a good one. Thank you. Looks like we had Newbuck Foss. Tell us you're afraid of ARCA without telling us you're afraid of ARCA. Oh, they're scared. The state hates ARCA. ARCA is probably the strongest item in the defense toolbox. You've got, and this can come out now, I guess. You've got one of the top experts in the like testing laboratory experts in the country, which is ARCA, hired by the FBI to investigate this exact scenario, that reached a conclusion that differs than the state's. And they offered that testimony the first time around for free, without any contract with the defense. That is huge. Now, after the fact, they did bill them for it, and they got paid. But there was no contract, there was no agreement beforehand, according to the testimony we got yesterday. So that is a strong bit of reasonable doubt when they say they say we don't have a dog in the fight. We could care less. We were just asked to say, can you recreate this? Is this possible? And the answer, according to physics on this planet, is no. That was very strong. All right. Let's see. But how did the phone get into the cleared status after he was allegedly already on the lawn? Okay, I want to go back and look at that. I need the replay machine. If we've got a minute, which I think we might because they're always late. Like me. It's time for the replay machine. Okay, where is
in front of the Walmart.
Come on, I just had it. Linda. Skid loader, where's KR? That's no bueno. I have to recreate it. All right. I thought I had the timeline all pulled out, ready to go. Yesterday. Is that this one? All right, give me a second. We'll get some video here. Okay, I need the timeline. Battery temperature. Going through his display really quickly. Device usage. That's not it. Doppler pocket state. Timeline. There we go. Okay, we're going to keep the audio on from court, and we're going to jump to the timeline really quickly to take a look at what the question was. And let me look at what the question one more time. What you guys say? I missed it. Do you think Bev will sanction the defense team? I don't see a reason for it after watching yesterday. I agree. There might not be any more. Libby has asked, how did the phone get into cleared status after he was allegedly on the lawn? So what we don't have on this timeline is the state's version of the story. So as we look at this really quickly, the app unlocks. I think it's the next one. Go forward. Page 2. There we go. This is Brian Higgins. Are you coming in? This is 20 minutes after midnight. 2049. 22:14. They're driving during this time, I believe. At 24:26, they shut down, or Waze gets put in the background. 24:28, 2 seconds later, the device is locked. 9 seconds later, the phone records the ending of the last climb of 3 flights climbed. And then 1 second later, the first location record showing a speed of 0. So they've stopped at that point. That's the first time the phone has stopped moving. And it was going up to 19 miles an hour. So we know he wasn't walking at that point. Let's see. 24:59. All right. 24:59, unlock with Face ID. At 12:25, he reads the message, you coming here? At 25, and 1 second later, he locks the phone again. At 27:33, he receives a message here. Here? Question mark. Like, are you here? I think that's how I read that one. Fast forward to the next one. At 27:45, he unlocks it with Face ID, reads the message here. 27:50, device locked with the lock button. 29:37, it goes into pocket state. At 29:42, it clears the pocket state. So put in his pocket. This could be the moment he gets out of the car from the state story. This could be the moment he gets out of the car. Clears the pocket state because right as he gets out of the car, the phone rings, and it's from Jen McCabe, and it's answered for 7 seconds, and the incoming call ends just a few seconds later. I've seen some theories about that he might have been right next to the car, and the Bluetooth might have still been connected, so the call might have actually gone to Karen Reed. So the call ends. Let's go to the next screen. 29:52, so that goes, turning back a little bit, that's from 29:51. The call ends. 1 second later, device unlocks with the Face ID and then is locked again. So he was looking at the phone. Now, that goes from 29:53 to 12:31:47, where Jen says, pull in behind me. And the phone registers in pocket state. And now we've got 31:56. So
you are unmuted.
Oh, looks like court started. Hang on. We'll look at this more. Hang on. Let me make sure this is working properly. 1 second. waiting for Mr. Whiffen to take the stand. Good morning, y'all. A new rock's been placed there. People are just throwing rocks on the neighbor's lawn now.
Hear. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I was expecting to say, God save the judge.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no and shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock.
It was a rock.
If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffen back, please?
So it was like a rock. Like a rock. Isn't that like a Chevy commercial? So forget the rock. Our side counter, didn't get much action yesterday.
Good morning.
So you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination continues of Ian Whiffen, the digital forensics expert.
May I approach witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
First day of trial without a sidebar. It's a journal entry moment.
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Okay. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffen's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Okay. Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffen.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffen, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Just doing a little review.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with Your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it.
And big into pixels, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in DEC 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
Now if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37,
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
The problem the lesson has is the temperature.
And this
never starts
depiction
climbing.
was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information, again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to tether, to connect this part of the text to that diagram with the big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top.
Mr. Whiffen keeps shifting in his chair.
You
but
then
he's comfortable
state, while
with his
location
answers.
data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible. Correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down.
Okay, he's talking, when Melissa says Mr. Wolk,
And
that's the guy who does his
That
AV
is
work.
the only
Sits behind the defense.
depiction
Sideways.
there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction.
I have some thoughts on this.
It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So, you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
I think what we just saw there is the Commonwealth is objecting, and the form of the question seemed to be proper, and the judge doesn't know what the objection is. So, quick sidebar where she's like, "What's your objection?" And it's probably going to be he's misstating the testimony or something like that. But if he got it wrong, the way the question was written, or the way the question was offered, then his answer would be no, and then there would be, "No, I said this." When we talk about Waze, there was some testimony from Mr. Whiffen yesterday about Waze being better at getting position data. It's good because it uses those parts of the iPhone, those tools that require a lot of battery. If you're using Waze, you'll know that it sucks the battery dry. It's better at position data than just like, say, the accelerometer and a pedometer. But it's no better than anything else that also uses that position.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please.
Get the mood lighting back,
Thank
please.
You. So, if we can enlarge that depiction. So, yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
Right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location,
yes,
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12/31/56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So
report.
you don't,
Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry,
Mr.
apologies.
Wilson, that's okay.
Jury heard it though.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture?
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
I object.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Alessi, please.
Okay, Mr. Alessi's really good at getting things in that the judge doesn't want. And the judge has sustained a number of objections. I believe the first one was foundation. The second one was, why do you think what do you think they meant about that? That would be improper speculation for him to speculate what the Aperture guys were thinking about that trigger event. But I think he's laid the proper foundation, that he can at least show this witness and reflect it. What he wants to do is say, look, the Commonwealth's experts, the people they're basing their theory on, don't agree. And we've got you saying that he went for a walk for 36 steps, and them saying, no, he was hit by the car at the beginning of that. That's an important difference. That's a very important difference. We'll see if the objection of the Commonwealth is going to keep this out. It can't be on relevance. I mean, this is literally the crux of the whole case is the collision we're talking about, right? the moment of collision. You can't be it's irrelevant. All right. I think Mr. Alessi is phenomenal at laying foundation. He is a very, very good lawyer. And he got the comment in first. And of course, the judge has to hear the question before she can make the ruling. I think it was intentional that he asked the question without foundation to place in the minds of the jury the finishing, the end result that they're getting at. So that when they get it, they'll have that, it'll be like hearing it for the second time. It's smart lawyering. You might not like it, but it's smart. Let's see. And of course, anytime I mean, this is the defense job. Their job is to introduce doubt, right? And to make the jury think, but what if, but could something else have happened? And here you've got two Commonwealth experts, Aperture and their phone guy, that say the data doesn't match up. And in this case, the same data means two different things. If your own guys can't agree on what a single piece of data means, is that reasonable doubt? We are live. The jury only did half a day yesterday. They were not present for the ARCA discussion, and the judge has not made any public ruling, as far as I'm aware, regarding ARCA after that hearing. But I think it did put the issue to bed. There shouldn't be anything else regarding that. I think the judge had heard enough before the second ARCA witness even got up to testify. Deb, I'll do what I can. Some of it gets heavy, but this part they've still got me on this part. The timeline is what's interesting. Looking at this, the timeline, the start of the health event. This is the 12/31/56. Start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters traveled. That's the point of contention here. That Mr. Whiffen says that's when he got out of the car and started walking. Aperture is going to say that's the point he was hit. And the 36 steps is actually him being thrown from the car or something and pirouetting around. Details. Just some details. Right, lots of people present. The guy facing us with the tie, that's I think his name was also Mr. Wolf or Mr. Wolk or something similar like that. When Mr. Alessi is saying, Mr. Wolk, if you can please go to this, that's the guy that's moving the document around on the screen. He's controlling their AV feed to the courtroom monitors. Wolf might be another Wolf. Not the same. No relation to ARCA. Wolf in ARCA has an E on the end, and I think this guy doesn't. All right. He's the tech guy, and he's doing a pretty good job. Yeah, yesterday I thought he called Mr. Whiffen Wolf, and then I realized that I thought that because I thought Mr. Whiffen, with his laptop open on the stand, was actually controlling the presentation. And apparently he's not. He just gets to use a laptop on the stand and nobody else does. He should get an Alienware laptop. Greeners, yeah, he should definitely get a laptop from a sponsor. That would be... You know that's coming, right? You know that day is coming in court when people are like, oh, there's a big trial coming up. Well, we can insert our water bottles. Fiji's like, we will give you free water throughout the trial. Just drink Fiji water at the desk. And that seems like a smart move. You know, to even a big witness in a trial might have a brand deal associated with it. Clothing, it's a little harder to do because there's an expectation of dressing appropriately for court, and walking in with a big Nike logo on your chest isn't necessarily the good look. And it's also a risk for the company. I mean, what if they testify poorly, or it turns out that they're not the good guy that we thought they were? Then you've got a contract with the bad guy. Binders will have company logos on them.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you.
Looks like the prosecution lost that objection, and he's proceeding to refresh the recollection. Mr. Whiffen.
Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness?
Sure.
Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
judge sees the light. Literally.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler?
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point it became unblocked.
So at this point it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message, pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09. end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12/32/16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Whiffen, he's shifting uncomfortably in his seat a lot, but he seems very confident with his answers, which is it's a strange combination there.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, it would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have
Honor.
the lights, please, Dave?
Aziz, light.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Stands by it.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
You guys said that it looks like there was a Cadbury's cream egg in front of Mr. Jackson. Just looking at the slow-mo here, I think it's a tissue box. It's the right color for a Cadbury's cream egg, but right there in the center of the screen. Looks like a tissue box to me. Yes, the jury is here now. This is a full day for them. Still continuing cross-examination. Mr. Lessie is questioning
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Ian Whiffen.
Yeah.
I still need to make a sound for. What should the sound be for? Is there like a reverse rewind sound? I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna find a rewind sound.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I've got the entire report. Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you have the ability to send me a clip of it, Irvin Beasy?
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Interesting wording. He doesn't recall ever seeing the report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes?
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Object to the floor.
Sustain.
It's because he's testifying.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233-14 and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was talking to somebody. Give me one more time. What did he just say about the pocket state? We were talking about the 84 feet, greater than 72, and then what was the next conclusion?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60.
Thanks for the clarification.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do you have on your laptop?
Yeah,
Is that
Your
just
Honor.
your
Yes.
presentation?
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Defense
So let's
hasn't
look at
addressed
test
that.
scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes.
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point, so we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So,
Lori Jo Woods,
what I'd
welcome
like to do is focus
Welcome
on
to the
January 29th.
Brand new jury member, Lori Jo, welcome. Good to have you here. You can never leave.
Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry?
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it.
Stuck it right
Let's look
between
at some of the
fish
data
sticks.
that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees.
Because it's
Correct?
the only one
Correct.
we understand.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whiffen.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure.
Okay.
have
The
a moment
problem
here,
with this is putting a phone in the freezer is not the same as putting a phone under a warm body on frozen ground. You've got warmth on one side and cold on the other. That's
3.33. Would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
there. You go, greeners. We need to redo the experiment.
Now let's go to
with the body.
The next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf?
Once again, we need a body.
And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
About 31 degrees.
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
correct,
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
32.
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
right,
and it was minus 5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So, in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide, in your report, including battery...
Siri just waited.
What's that, sir? I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions?
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
as
were
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with? Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with
Hank. Are you friends? You're on a first name basis?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed.
Unless he smells
Didn't you,
blood.
in your answer moments ago?
Yes.
Unless he smells blood.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial?
There was a sigh.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report.
There was no right answer to that
where
question.
you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
There's a sign.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sorry, how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly, correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
Define blizzard.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back.
Okay, he got him in a catch-22. Got him to get to the point where he's like, did you discuss this or didn't you? And either way would have been a wrong answer. You did discuss it, and we don't have a report of what. Why were we not notified about this discussion? Were you? And oh, you didn't discuss it, so it wasn't important? No, it's not important. Ah, so you're saying that the temperature can't be used to help pinpoint where a phone is? Yeah, it was a catch-22. There was no right answer. The poor witness was on his own. It's not a huge win. but it's a score point for the defense on that one. Even if you don't like the style they use, that was a win. That's introducing doubt.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
I do think the bigger win for the defense was this witness pointing out that he wasn't sure about Mr. Brennan's last name, that he calls him Hank. Because there was some of that first name basis thing done previously with the ARCA guys yesterday.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I think the gains, as far as doubt about the temperature, the defense gained here are going to vanish on redirect. Because the body, the warm body on top of the phone changes everything. You may not believe the witness, but in this case, the data would support it. All this phone data showing the temperature dropped so quickly in a cold environment, it didn't here.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We know it was found in the yard, and it was outside.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge. You don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Quick sidebar. Anytime there's a question about the display, the judge does instruct the display to be taken down. If there's an error, you want that up for as little a time as possible. And so quick little sidebar here as they sort that out. So what witness just answered to was that outgoing calls, you push send, and it counts the call time while it's ringing on your phone. How many? If you can do this on your phone, it'll count up seconds from when it starts ringing, from when it starts the call. It may not ever answer, but it still shows the duration of the call. On an incoming call, it won't count the seconds until you answer it. So I'm here. I get what Mr. Whiffin's saying there. Packed courtroom. If it wasn't redacted, well, let's go back and look. Okay, the number was not redacted. Jen McCabe, I bet she's changed her number by now. If not, she's changing it today. All right. Yeah, I'm sure they changed their numbers for sure.
So I'm told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Please rise for the jury. The jurors right this way. Please leave your notebooks closed. On your chairs, please.
Okay, while they do that, I want to timeline. Trying to hear what Siri said on the phone earlier. Give me a second. Let me get rid of the loud stuff. Okay.
side, sir.
Trim out. See if I can get this audio brought over without blasting our eardrums out. I apologize. Had to crank the audio. When Siri talks during Mr. Whiffin's testimony, it sounded... Well, hang on. Which one am I doing? I need 7. Okay. Sounded like this. Let's jump to 7.
Go inside, sir.
I don't know what it was, but one of the bailiffs did say, you go outside, sir? Somebody just lost their seat. Might have been kicked out of court, and I think the way he was looking, it looked like it was over next to the jury box, which would most likely be, I think reporters are over there. Or maybe it was a member of the public. Can you ask Siri, what did you just say in the courtroom? Yeah, I wish that worked. Wish it worked. All right. Let's see. Can Siri listen to repeat what she said? No, not very well. She doesn't speak unless mute is off. The witness laughed. He thought it was funny that the phone interrupted him. I think he would have appreciated any interruption at that point. Mr. Alessi was really getting on. He smelled blood in the water is what he did, because the witness had made a slight mistake, and he chased it down to its final conclusion, which was fatal. The Hank part, I'm surprised they didn't jump on that and say, are you friends? But you're on a first name basis, because unfortunately the jury would not have got that joke because they weren't here for the ARCA part. So maybe that's why they didn't. All right, is that a water stain on the ceiling? Don't know. It's an old courtroom, right? I'm sure jury noticed Hank. Now, the thing is, now, I don't think when ARCA comes in, the prosecution can use that whole, oh, you're on a first-name basis thing because their own witness has done that. It's called him Hank. Let's see. I've asked my kids to stop hammering during the break here, but... they're hammering on the wall. I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're banging like right next to me. ARCA's being... we haven't heard the ruling. If anyone's seen a filing from the judge, like she released a written ruling, please let me know. I have not, but I've not heard anything about ARCA. It sounds like it was a nothing burger and nothing needs to be done. So if that's the case, I don't think the judge is going to do a ruling stating that there was no error, or it's just going to be like, let it drop. Looks like an old smoke detector. It's probably actually newer. It's probably one of the newest things in the courtroom. What are they building? A jury box? A bathroom, actually. They're working on that. The 2 kids that are working at my house are legally adults, so it's not child labor. It's different, but no, we don't pay them. Can you pull up the short you got on your channel where Siri spoke to? Her face looked funny. This is a different trial. It was not this one. Is it nepotism? To have my kids work? No. It's just good parenting. That's because I had them stop hammering during the break. I can hear Mrs. R.A. reading to the other kids who are in school, the ones who aren't in college. She's in the other room. Let's see. I have a question. Maybe after the 84 feet he was talking about, was there more movement? And if not, wouldn't that mean he could have been in the house? The 84 feet, the 25 meters that we're talking about, 36 steps, that was the last recorded health data as far as movement of the phone. Now, it's possible to move a phone without getting health data, but it would probably require something like a steady rig, which like one of those big stabilized cameras you see the guys in the movie industry wear to stabilize the camera while they're running, because the phone is very sensitive and does pick up steps very easily. So I would say it's more likely than not that the phone did not move at all after that point, or it would have registered. The prosecutor gave the judge a friendly nod during the ARCA testimony yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised. They were on the same side on that one. They smelled blood and they were chasing it. And ARCA was the goal. How are they going to get anything done if they need to hammer? They're going to wait until court starts again in a few minutes, and they're going to start again, and I'll mute it so you won't hear it. The space combined with the temp is doing it for me. He could and most likely was in the house where the phone could be warmer. The thing, Cheryl, with the phone data, and I'm sure we're going to see that chart again. If not, I can pull it up. Once he got out of the car, at the time point that appears he got out of the car and began his 35 steps or whatever it was, the phone was 77 degrees, and it began cooling at that point. And it never continued warming up. Now, it's possible that the house was 70 degrees. Some people keep their house a little cooler. I would guess that it was probably 72 or more, but it's possible that it could have been in the house and cooled to the ambient temperature in the house. But it was in a pocket, or it was in pocket state at that time, and it just had a continuous decline in temperature and slowly. So that would be consistent with a warm object on one side that was cooling and a cold object on the other side. I think that stands to reason. Yeah, the 84 steps, the 3 flights of stairs, he was driving for that. If we were in the house, wouldn't the phone temp increase? Only if it was warmer in the house. Of course, you're going to have ambient temperature of 70-ish Fahrenheit, and then body temperature on the other side of the phone, right? Because it's in a pocket up against your body, unless it was in a hoodie and held off away. I mean, there's still a possibility that it could have cooled in the house, at least a few degrees, even for a few minutes. But once it started dropping below about 70 degrees, the odds of it being in the house are much lower. And we don't have any movement of the phone as far as health data after that point. I think I've got Angela trying to call right now, and see if I can get connected in time.
Call from Angela.
Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Happy Tuesday.
I'm doing great. Happy Tuesday to you too. I hope you have as good weather as I do. It's sunny and beautiful. And actually, that's the reason why I'm calling. Not because it's sunny and beautiful, but the climate that I live in. It's similar to the Boston's climate, both as in how cold it can be and we are interested in how cold it can be. And I have been outside in the weather, minus 19 degrees Celsius. Someone who knows how to convert that to Fahrenheit, please do that in the chat.
It's cold.
I can't from the top of my head.
Very,
it's
very
cold. Really cold. Very cold. So, and I have used my phone at that temperature, and it just doesn't add. I mean, I'm talking from a point with something that I have been in that climate, even colder climate, and used that phone and have my phone in that climate, either in my pocket or in my hand or, just like he described it. It just doesn't make sense with what he's saying based on my own experience, you know.
So what do you think?
And if I think that the phone was in controlled environment. I'm not saying it was inside. I don't know, but if it was outside in that weather, the temperature would have climbed down much faster than even if it was in his pocket or the phone was underneath him. The climb down would be much faster. You know?
I don't know. I would have to I would have to know the ground temperature prior to the storm, because the air temperature was cold. But if the ground temperature, they said the snow had just barely started to stick. So that would mean the ground had just barely reached the point where it was right around freezing. That would mean that there's less of a gap. I mean, it's about a 40-degree gap, and one side is warm. I don't know. I see a lot of people saying, what about the basement? The basement could have been colder near the bulkhead door. The basement has a bathroom in it. The bathroom has exposed water pipes for the toilet. There's no way that's like unheated, a freezing basement. Or they'd have water pipe damage. I think the whole basement was heated.
I also the meteorologist guy. People say, I understand why the fence is against him and they wanted him out, but on the other hand, it can actually help the fence more than Commonwealth will probably like it to have the fence. Because all of this data about temperature, how cold it was, even how cold the ground was, and if it was hard enough to cause the injury on the back of John's head.
Yeah.
Yeah. It actually may fire back on the Commonwealth more than they would love to.
It might. The more they try to force the evidence to fit their story, I think the more the shoe is going to pinch, and the jury's going to have a hard time believing it, because the data is not lining up perfectly. And instead of trying to adapt their story, a version of events to fit the data, they're just trying to squeeze it in, and it doesn't fit. That leaves room for doubt.
My favorite part is when Alessio used Ian's own data against him. How his test data did not add up to the actual data that he downloaded from John's phone. I love that.
That was 100%. I went to the hotel and I threw the phone around on the bed type moment, straight out of the Murdaugh trial. We've got an expert who just thinks up his own, well, I'll make an experiment to see if I can solve this problem. And he doesn't have the right control data. He doesn't have the ambient temperature. He doesn't know what the weather was at the time it happened. He doesn't know the temperature of his freezer. He just knows it was cold. I mean, there was frozen food in there. I just grabbed my frozen chicken out of there just a minute ago. No, it's not a scientific test. The results can't be replicated exactly because we don't know what it was. Deep freeze, normal freeze, we don't know. Anyway. Good times. Good times. Angela, did I lose you?
And that was everything.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. We'll see you. Bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right. I've got a few messages coming in. Selena Case says, bad news. I saw this. I'm sorry. My appointment yesterday looks like I won't be able to walk for 30 days, but probably not until after my surgery now because my prosthesis does not fit my crooked leg. Oh, no. Oh no! Well, the good news on that is it looks like we're going to be together for about 30 days. So Selena, hopefully we can help the time pass a little bit quicker. Rick Rivers says, after the last text or call from Jen, why no further inquiries from anyone in the house about John? I don't know. I think that's a great question for Jen McCabe, who may be testifying here in just moments, or probably right after lunch is my guess. if the snow was hard, why did they use a leaf blower? I think they mean the ground was hard, the snow was not. Cindy, you're right. He says his test was only to see if battery temperature could be affected by the ambient temperature. It can, and that data proves it. I think it would have been smarter for him to try to replicate the environment a little bit better. Use the same model of phone. Get yourself a warm body. No, just kidding. You need a body. Oh, we've got, I think, a prank call. Hang on.
Call from.
Nope.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, who's on the phone?
It's Selena.
Hey, Selena. Sorry, you didn't say who you were. I almost thought it was a prank call.
No, sorry. No, it just kind of had to call in because it's a little bit complicated.
What did you?
My appointment yesterday just kind of crushed my soul because I can't walk for at least 30 days, and being an amputee, my leg is crooked from the fall, so my prosthesis does not fit.
Oh, no.
So the doctor said that I probably won't be able to wear my prosthesis, which means no walking until after my surgery in August. And then the surgery will have to heal. So I could be looking into the fall before I'm walking again.
That's a long time. That's
Yes, I cried my eyes out yesterday, and now I'm just trying to focus on this court, and I really can't change it. So
we could have Karen Reed and Corey Richens' verdicts by then, and maybe even Brian Koberger.
And Brian Koberger.
Wow, I am so sorry. I am sorry. We will do what we can to lift your spirits while you're here and with us. But
I have to say it was extremely rough.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hang up now because I don't want to cry on live YouTube. So thanks.
Selena, our thoughts and prayers are with you. Thank you very much. We'll see you. Bye. Selena's a great friend of the channel, going through some hard times. She was actually on, she was with us when she got hurt, and called us first, I think. And so we got to sort of go through the whole experience of waiting for the ambulance and everything else with her. So we're sort of living a little vicariously through her, through this injury and her recovery period. And it's a tough one. So if you've got a moment to send thoughts and prayers her way, that would be much appreciated. One more example. Let me just say this. Selena is not alone. I get messages from many people every day who either just want to share an update with their life, or in some cases they don't have anyone else to talk to, who are going through some really tough things, who have lost a sibling, a parent, a pet, just got some very bad financial news, uncertain future, family members going through some major challenges. I just use this opportunity to say everybody here in this room probably has something like that going on in their life, or just a step or two away from them, someone is going through that. In all our disagreement, let's just understand that some people are coming here to get away from a big problem and to sort of focus on something else. Let's be a little kinder to each other if we can. That would be wonderful. We don't have to agree with everybody, but at the end of the day, we are still friends, and we come here because we enjoy the community and we enjoy watching the legal system play out. And whether we're right or wrong, which I'm often wrong, or the jury sides with us or doesn't, at the end of the day, we're still friends. So just be kind to each other. We'd appreciate that. Suzanne, a.k.a. Blue Noser 2, says, sending Selena the most positive thoughts possible from Canada with a 24-month anniversary message. Congratulations. You got a brand new color courthouse with that. That is wonderful and beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple of people are sharing. Miss Kitty going through cancer treatment for breast cancer. This channel and the chat helps me through it, even though mostly I just lurk. Miss Kitty, that's exactly the case. And I've got I've got a stack of messages from people, and not just that. It's not just sad and heavy things. There are also people who today, is their 10th birthday, and just there's nothing but blue skies and sunshine, and you get the full gamut. So I appreciate everyone taking a moment to think of everyone else when we discuss things with each other. All right, we have just a couple more moments and we'll be back in court. And let's see, we've got just got a text message that I might have to buy a battery pack. And I can't get it here in time. Has anyone used the Jackery brand, like those big portable battery? I'm looking for something that'll power my Starlink Mini for at least a day on battery if we don't have AC power. So, Libby, you have Jackery and love it. Are there any stores that sell it? Is it online only? Because I'm looking at Amazon and it like won't be here. I need it by this weekend. Like I need it by Friday morning. If there's a store around here that can buy it, I want to get a good brand, and I realize I can get some knockoffs. We're now officially first responders. Online only. I think the problem is the size of the battery requires it to be shipped ground, and so it can't be shipped air. So I don't know. It could be here as soon as the 2nd, which is when I need it by, but it might take as long as the 7th. And I just should have ordered sooner. I'm looking for preferably a Jackery brand because I've heard good things about them and I like their price points. Like the Discover 1000 V2. I think that would run my Starlink. Using the cigarette lighter is actually more efficient than using the AC converter. It would run the Starlink using the cigarette lighter adapter for like 11 hours. I've volunteered to donate the Starlink to a group that's doing a booth requiring internet access down in Kinston this weekend, and I just found out we might not have power, so now I need to power this. I need to power the Starlink. Are you taking the RV to the Coburger Trail? Probably not, Judy. I'm going to be there. Well, I'm going to be in Utah, Idaho in July, towards the end of July for about a week. Still trying to work everything out. The travel is not coming together like I would like it to. I'm struggling. The pieces of the technology that would allow me to remotely control my studio are not working the way I want them to, which makes it very difficult to watch court the way we watch it and have me control over the audio and everything else without taking a ton of equipment, which gets very expensive to both drive and fly. Train's out. Train's not an option. It takes forever. Anyway, so we've got some problems. I'll work those out. That's on the business side. We'll get those handled. Blue Yeti brand, I really like them. Would recommend. Are there any good brands that there's? Let's see, Predator 350 from Harbor Freight that works just as well, just less capacity than my Jackery. So now I do have a Harbor Freight just down the road from me, but I am concerned. I don't want to buy something that only works a few times and loses power. We'll figure it out here. Selena says, you were my first responders on February 28th until the firefighter daddy came. They took over. Love this. I love you all like family. Selena, thank you very much. Appreciate you. We don't always agree on the cases, which Selena will be the first to admit that we often see things differently. But I love that she's here and shares the viewpoint and feels like she belongs, which sometimes even though she's in the minority opinion-wise. I love it. Call Mark and use those travel credits. I could do that. Maybe get some lobster while we're there. Can't do a whole home generator. That's way out of the price point. I'm looking for something small and portable. I'm not even sure if you can you fly with a Jackery? Are they allowed to be, like, is the battery too big to fly? That's something to think of. We love it, Selena. Thank you. Harbor Freight, get the warranty, then just exchange it when it goes out. That's a good idea.
Call from
Leanne.
Hello, this is RA. How are you doing?
Hi, good.
What's on your mind
Can
today?
you hear me?
I can hear you. Just great.
Oh, okay, good. So I'm calling from Australia. So I'm watching you all hours of the night.
We love it.
I was thinking maybe someone placed that rock at the front of the house as a hint that was maybe the weapon that was used on John to kill him.
Or that it could have hit his head on it or something like that. It's
or they got it and smashed it in his face or wherever he's got all the injuries.
Yeah, the back of his head, I think, was the only part that was cut. But
yeah, maybe someone put it there as a hint.
Yeah, interesting. I think we just got the warning from court, the sound effect, so we might be coming back momentarily. But thank you for staying up late in the hours. And by the way, it's wintertime in Australia, right? It's just going into winter.
I'm in a t-shirt.
Oh.
So, yeah. It's about, I don't know, 23 degrees.
And
I don't know what that is.
Do you mind sharing what part of Australia, like Sydney, Adelaide,
Brisbane?
Brisbane. All right.
Yep.
Third try.
Up in Queensland.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, if you get some time, go do some metal detecting in the bush and send us half of what you find. That would be great.
Not far from a town, Warwick, where they have found gold on the side of the road.
Australia is amazing that way. They found a 44-pound gold nugget. Like 44 pounds.
Made a movie about that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the road, and if you see some gold, we'll take it off your hands if you need somewhere to put it. So, thank you, Leanne. I appreciate the call.
Not a problem.
We'll see you.
You take care.
You too.
Bye, everyone.
Cheers. Bye. Awesome. It's on my bucket list to go to Australia. It's just a beautiful place. All right. Let's see. We have Selena says definitely always in the morning. Thank you for not kicking me out of chat yet. Thank you, Selena. Corey A says a little super chat, as inadequately as it does, symbolize my prayers for a peace to transcend all understanding. Thank you, Corey. Thanks for that. Thank you for the kind thoughts. That is Beautiful. Are you flying to go buy it? No, I wasn't going to fly to go buy it. I was just thinking if I bought the Jackery battery, it's like a mini little suitcase, right? It's like a makeup thing. If I bought that, could I take it on the plane with me? Or do I have to just... I could ship it.
On the way over right now.
Hire something when I arrive. I want it to be battery powered, not a generator, because it can't have noise.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Still on cross of Mr. Whiffen. We're probably getting to the end of this, though. Redirect is probably going to be...
So, Your Honor, I have a
half an hour.
replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Who's the coffer?
Thank you.
Megan.
May I
Megan
present
Durham.
to Mr.
Thank you.
Whiffen?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an incoming...
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
Take off the row ID.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
It just made it the same size and moved it down.
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant.
Row ID is gone.
There you go.
Mr. Wolf earning his keep today.
All right, that's better.
Ambiguity.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the... And now, Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those once last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
What's the next topic?
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So, over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
We're going to the elevation.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object. I need to be
Object. I need to be
Okay.
heard.
Come on over.
Okay, yeah, this is interesting. He tried to reenact it on the same route, and I can promise you, it's not the same. It's not the same. There were differences. The state is objecting, but he did this test and brought it in. Mr. Brennan says, "I'll need to be heard." I told the kids they could hammer again, so they're doing that. He says, "I'll need to be heard on this." So why should we not allow in the fact that he just did another test to say this? I think the witness did open the door, but this is an expert. It's in the area that he testified to. They're already testifying that they say that the steps happened while he was driving and that they tried to replicate it on the same route. This is extremely relevant. You've got an expert doing the test, so it is allowed 100%. I think it comes in. I wonder why. I mean, I don't know why it would be kept out. We can stand little tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're... That's the bigger issue. I don't know what they're hammering. There's nothing that should be hammered in there. Oh, they're pulling electrical. Okay, awesome. Have at it. They're hammering in staples to staple the 12-2 wire in. It looks like the sidebar's over. Let's see if the prosecution wins this one or defense.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense gets to go there.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009?
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement?
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work, yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement?
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct?
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable?
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is Shaw SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
I like this analogy.
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
I like milk.
Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alphanumeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
yes.
Correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct?
No.
However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way.
Holistic forensics for the win.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
It was Siri.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
It was a weak
I
objection.
didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes.
So Insights is a suite.
Essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "House long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as physical analyzer, today shows that 22740 AM timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 22740 AM timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 22740 AM, but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record?
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly, you changed it.
That was what they
then.
wanted.
Yes.
Your company
we rewrote
removed
the software.
it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 22740 AM, correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
You mentioned...
Could I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
This is a sua sponte sidebar. The judge called it. There were weak objections from Mr. Brennan leading up to this, two of them, and they were overruled. I believe that this is pertinent. The judge ruled it is allowed to come in, but I think she's, oh, they say bring Karen up. We're going to need everybody for this one. The judge allowed it in thus far, but might limit how much he can go into it. What happened during the first trial is that his software did, in fact, find both versions initially found that it was this deleted entry of Hoslong today in the cold at 2 whatever in the morning, 2:37, 2:36 in the morning, and they rewrote the software so that the results would not come in like that, so it would look differently. They rewrote Celebrite before the trial, and they rewrote the Physical Analyzer and released the version after the trial. So now it does not come up with that. The results are different, and they did it because of this result. This is what prompted them to do it. Now they're going to say, from their standpoint, we found an error. We learned something about the iPhone we didn't know before. We found an error. Ooh, Unetti does not look happy.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 AM timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed
Somebody's
that
popping gum.
2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
coding.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Brennan?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case.
The Commonwealth's going to clear these up on redirects.
In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No.
It's not gone?
It's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether.
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable, yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes, it's an
Not
opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So many topics, all with one witness. Usually that is problematic when there's one witness that has so much they're testifying about.
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
1812.
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Okay.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you
He said yes
understand
first.
to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
He's going to be asked to move on here.
have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't, no.
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffen.
Yes, very nicely.
Does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, a bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you.
Groovy Cheryl, you can pause one for about 15 seconds and then start it again. And then only keep one audio turned on.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions?
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions, you stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record,
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor,
very honest
that
answer.
is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan is bothered. Might throw some jabs at the defense here. But they did.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach your eyes?
Okay.
Now the defense doesn't want the entire report in. And up we go. Let's see. I think the judge is going to say on the side here that the defense opened the door by bringing in part of the report to bringing all of it in. And I think she would be right in ruling that way, that all of the report can come in. There's only part of it the defense doesn't like, or the only part of it the defense wants to use. And so the rest of it just bolsters his previous report. It's like saying it twice. It's duplicative. So see what the judge rules on. Of course, now the kids choose now to go back and start hammering. I think it's coming in, mostly because the other part came in. It would be wrong to keep it out for the prosecution and let the defense cherry pick portions of the report, because they did limit his answers and saying, I just want you to answer my question. Don't give me the background. I think the Commonwealth has the right on redirect to clear that up, and if it needs the report to do so, it's probably coming in, or at least more portions of it, if not the whole thing. Law of completeness, rule of completeness, right? Would you have the kids paint? Well, whatever I can get them to do would be good. Data can be put in shapeware apparently. Data can be shaped. If you don't believe this, look at what look at some polls. Go to the political world and look at polls that come out and see how many ways the data is spun by the pundits one way or another. The same data.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose, again, of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase?
Did anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain it as to.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure Mr. Whiffen did not intend to have this part showing with his Gmail address. I paused it where it's not very clear. Oops. Paul and the Kid says, still think John was ambushed inside the house. As the fight ensued, Chloe joined in as dogs will do. We're going to get some more information about that. I think the evidence is coming out. We're going to have more to prove either that did or didn't happen. This is the defense. The defense has just blown my theory. Brennan is trying to say, I didn't make you say what's in your report. But probably in response to the did you shape the data, I think.
I'm going to ask Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
Okay. And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
Leading.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained as to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
There's no way for him to get out and start
24:34.
walking at any of these times.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just to
please.
recall.
Yeah, he does need
What
the
time
witness.
was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And that is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning?
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12:32:16?
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer?
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There it is, though. The jury heard it.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, Is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment, like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
I have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14 the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35 over the next 21 minutes the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
No, I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
Uh-oh, judge is mad. Fans off.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't, no.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Pardon me.
If
Premature
that
objection.
phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does
I'll allow it
health
and then
data
strike it.
register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me, no.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Someone is popping gum. Do you hear that?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
There's a pen cap. There it is. Flower Cottage, PA.
That's better, thank you.
I hear you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes,
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
correct.
At 12:14:36,
They redacted her
the
phone
location
number.
information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place
Nice white balance.
Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere?
It does at Fairview Road.
At the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the great key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data.
Ivan, thank you. 10 gifted.
Aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do what?
How do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So, notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained as to
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
There goes your credibility, right?
aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Please stop bleeding.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellbrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
All right, so I'm wondering if his answers that he always uses his own phone to do tests to make sure to validate his conclusions, if that's opening the door to the area that the defense was not allowed to go into, specifically regarding the driving test that Ian Whiffen did on Sunday in the neighborhood on the route that the prosecution is saying that that Karen Reed's car drove to 34 Fairview. Interesting. I think if I were the judge, I would keep this demonstration out because I don't think it's relevant. We already have his testimony. Him demonstrating that he can test something is just reinforcing that. But the judge doesn't always decide the things that I want. She sometimes rules the other way. This is show and tell. This is bragging. This is a very bold move for anyone who's testing something because things can go wrong. Okay, there are components in here that may be a little different. So it would have to be a very controlled. I feel like I'm being stared at. A very controlled test to feel comfortable showing this live in front of the jury. Because if something goes wrong, it blows the whole testimony. Mavia says, Brennan can talk a fine game, but he can't even form his questions correctly. This is bad lawyering. Well, or it's good lawyering, because if you have a witness that you haven't talked to a lot, which apparently is this one, and you want a specific answer from him, the best way to get that answer is to tell him the answer first, and then, after objection, because you were leading, ask him the question where he can repeat the answer you just fed him. It's getting to be a little bit blatant. He knows what he's doing. Mr. Brennan is a good lawyer, and he knows when he's leading, and he knows how he's getting this answer in. But they've both been playing that game. I want to see the demonstration, says Autograph. I work in IT, so I'm interested. That would be interesting. Things can go wrong. It is bold. It's daring. It takes a high level of confidence, and honestly, it's almost like bragging for the witness, because I mean he's got his own software, he's got his own company that he's touting as the best of the best out there, and I'm willing to demonstrate it in open court to prove that it works every time.
Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess. 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to review the report, but the rest of us are in recess.
Ooh,
Please rise to the jury.
Mr. Whiffen, stay here. We're going to do.
Thank you.
We're going to do a brief view. Everyone else goes to lunch, so we will come back at 1:30. But we're not ready to leave yet. I think there's going to be maybe a 5-minute demonstration just for the judge, so we can see what it is, so she can rule and see if this is relevant and if it should come in or not. So, outside the jury presence, a proffer might be taking place right now. So I'll give them a second to let the jury out. They're out. Can we come back? Yes, no, maybe so. Maybe it's a sidebar. Maybe she wants to talk to him at sidebar. In that case, no proffer. Has Ian been excused, or is he still on the stand? He's still on the stand. Samantha, we're still we're in redirect right now. So there could still be some more recross, but I think we're very close to the end of his testimony. 45-minute lunch will bring us back at 1:30 in half an hour. So I think we're not coming back. So we're going to go to lunch. Will we have Jen today? I think so. This afternoon, at least on direct. I'm not sure if we're going to get to her on cross. Love that. Love the beat drop. All right, we are ready. Okay, drain the hot tub. They broke for lunch, not even close to the end. Yeah. Has she ruled on ARCA? She has not ruled on ARCA yet. No ruling, at least that we know. Play that funky music. Dinner's in my stomach. Yum. We'll be live. We already got a portal set up. Kim R was first in chat already. Congratulations, Kim. We're going to be back here at 1:30 in half an hour to continue. If you'd like to continue the discussion talking about what's happened so far, you can just portal on over with us as soon as this live stream ends and continue the conversation with the same fine folks that you've been watching this trial with all morning. And we encourage you to do that. We'd love for you to spend the rest of the day with us. If you are here for the first time, please click the subscribe button. I'd appreciate that personally. Click the button to say notify when we go live, and that way you won't miss any lives, and you'll get to hear some great things like tomorrow morning's Hump Day Yell. If you've never been here for that, that's worth a notify button right there. So we will see you after lunch. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in half an hour with part 2 of day 6 of the Karen Reed trial number 2. Well, there's a lot of numbers in there. There's a lot. My kids have pulled the wire today. I'm going to go in and check it and make sure they did it right before we connect it to the breaker. You guys have a great lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.